On record for the 8:15 review calendar, I do not see Jennifer Jenkins. Mr. Smith is, John Thomas Smith did call, but is not here. Tyler Sorensen Mr. Sorensen is here. Mr. Sorensen, you're carrying some papers. Is that something to share with us?
Yeah.
If you'd show that to the prosecutor, that'd be great. Where are we? For the record, Tyler James Sorensen. How's life?
It's all right.
Tell me, what's going on?
Been gone to AA.
That's good.
I've done I've done 3 classes so far.
Any progress on getting into inpatient?
They keep telling me, I think I might have found something for you. I don't know.
Just doing any good? Are you learning anything from where you?
Yeah.
Where we are? That's, well, I guess that's all we can ask for. Any idea when you might be able to get into inpatient? Any estimated time of arrival and inpatient?
I'm just hoping soon, because if not, I'm gonna start getting violations from other stuff.
I give this back to you, and I'm going to ask you to take a copy of this to take it to the counter out there and ask that a copy be made for our file when you leave in a minute. So do you have a position?
Well, do like the meetings. They did happen somewhat recently. Would like to see that occur sooner, but I'm actually going for a while, but
What I'm inclined to do is, you know, I'm not going to impose any sanction or anything. You're doing something, and you haven't reoffended. That's by far the most important thing to me is you're staying out of trouble. Why don't we take another look at the matter? Let's set it out. Let's go to March 13th. March 13th. That'll give you a little time to, yeah, I'd like to see you again then. If for some reason you are finding yourself an inpatient at that time, what I want you to do is let us know that. Let us know that. We can certainly reset. I'm not going to interfere with any treatment you're undergoing. How is life going otherwise for you?
It's good.
Well, as long as we're vertical and taking nourishment, I guess things are all right. Yeah. I want to thank you again for appearing and staying out of trouble. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Too often we get news to the contrary. I'm signing a order resetting. If the system will let me do that. Pardon? Yes, yes. Sign the order, 8:15. Now, and of course, you can get a copy as usual of today's order outside and to the left. But I'm glad you're doing well. Keep up the good work. And if the meetings are doing you some good, and I'm sure you're hearing stories that indicate to you that other people have it a lot, there's other people that have a lot worse in life than you do. It's, I'm pretty sure you've perceived that. I'm going to wish you the best of luck, Mr. Sorensen. See you middle of March. Keep well, stay well in the meanwhile.
Thank you.
And yeah, keep doing what you're doing. Stay out of trouble. Any questions? Thanks for appearing. Take care. Good to have a friend. That's it. Hey, I will, and you too, Tim. Well, Mr. Smith did call and say that he was running a little late. Bring him up and we'll see. Bring him up and we'll find out. Good morning. We have somebody on Zoom. We don't know who that might be. If you would unmute yourself and let us know, that'd be great.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Good morning. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Would you identify yourself for the record?
My name is Elu Sivanu.
I didn't catch that. Little garbled.
Elu Sivanu. ELUSIVANU.
On the, what,
Morning, sir. Was that the first name Elu, the middle name Alvin? That's
Yes. Yes.
set for a pretrial at this time. You'll need to, you're representing yourself in this matter. What I'll want you to do is talk to the prosecutor. Could you contact him by telephone? I shouldn't be party to any conversation you have with the prosecutor.
No.
Is it possible? Can you do that?
Yes.
Why don't you give us a number then I'll have him excuse himself and give you a call. Your number is?
740.
740
Yes. 361
361.
2358.
Again?
740 361 2358.
2358.
Yeah, 2358, Your Honor.
Hey, thank you. Mr. Ratfield's going to give you a call and discuss your matter with you.
Yes, Your Honor.
And we'll go ahead and mute yourself and we'll come back to you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning again, Mr. Savano. If I mispronounce your name, I apologize. I'm hearing from the prosecutor that what you would like to do is reset the matter for a couple of weeks, and you have reached an agreement, but it's going to take a little bit of time to do the paperwork. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
As soon as the paperwork is prepared, I'll sign an order resetting the matter.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hang on a sec. I'm waiting. It takes a few moments to.
Are you recent?
What's that, Your Honor?
Do we have a current mailing address for you?
It's 11960.
11960. We do. We have that address. There will be transmitted to you the form that is needed, and we'll go back on record. We'll send you likewise a notice of the next hearing, which is for February 13th, 9 o'clock. And of course, you're in Ohio. You can appear by Zoom. Okay. Any questions at all?
No, Your Honor.
We'll be sending you a notice of the hearing, and stay in touch, and we'll talk to you in a couple of weeks. Thank you for appearing. You can sign off.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jail is on. Hold on. Yeah. May have a matter first. I'm not sure. Have any in custodies, we have to deal with that remotely, and we can get some. We got a lot of them to get.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning.
This is morning, Judge, Your Honor. This is Charlie Robert Jackson. The matter comes on before the court this morning for an arraignment on an obstruction of a law enforcement officer. I've been provided a copy of the police reports from the city, and I've had an opportunity to review the evidence with Mr. Jackson. I've also reviewed with him what an arraignment is, to be read the charges in open court, maxims that can be imposed, the elements that the city would have to prove. And in light of all that, he would like to waive arraignment, and he'd like to enter a plea to the charge. I prepared a statement of defendant on plea of guilty, with which I've reviewed with him, and I would ask Your Honor to inquire. Thank you.
Morning, sir. Is your full name Charlie Robert Jackson?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
Jackson, I'm appointing Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter. Do you disagree at all with anything that he just said?
No,
It is my understanding you wish to waive arraignment and proceed to a disposition of the charge. Is that is correct?
that is correct. Yes,
I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of obstructing a law enforcement officer. Plea form tells me you're 34 years of age. Have you gone over the plea form with Mr. Haverco?
I have. Yes,
Do you understand what is meant by entering a plea to, and what happens when you enter a plea of guilty to a criminal offense?
yes, I do, Your Honor.
One thing is the maximum penalty for obstructing a law enforcement officer is 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. If I accept the plea, I'd be free to impose that if I saw fit to do so. You realize that?
Yes,
And if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, there's no appeal, simply a sentencing.
yes, yes, I do.
That in mind is to one count of obstructing a law enforcement officer in the performance of his duty within the city of Yelm on July 24th, 2024, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
I plead guilty, Your Honor.
Do you make that plea of your own free will?
I am.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No, sir.
You will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the charge. Mr. Habaco, recommended sentence is?
Oh, Your Honor, it says credit for time served. He's not in a position to pay a legal financial obligation, so I don't believe the city was asking for any fines or costs. So I was asked the court to impose credit for time served. The balance just suspended on the condition of law-abiding behavior.
City, have anything to add? Mr. Jackson, anything you wish to tell me? Think I should know? You don't have to say anything, but if you want me to know anything, now's the time.
No, Your Honor.
A lot of difficulty in getting you to address this matter is it's taken a while. I'm going to follow the recommendation. 364 days in jail, all suspended on the condition that you have law-abiding behavior. That's all. Okay, stay out of trouble. I'm not going to impose any fine. It's if you have no other holds on you, you should be released sometime later today. Make
Okay.
sure that you'll get a copy of the release order. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. Just stay out of trouble, and you won't. Yeah.
Right. All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Jackson, good luck and take care.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah, about an hour or so.
Yeah, there's no, it doesn't show that I have any other orders.
Okay.
Well, the matter of Yelm versus John Thomas Smith. Is that you, sir? How are you? Hey, not bad at all. Not bad at all. A little colder than I like, but here we are. It was recommended that you complete some moral recognition therapy. Northwest Resources recommended that. Any intent to follow through with that? Where are you?
Right now, I'm just waiting.
Given the lapse of time. Hey, that's fine. It's just, as long as you're doing something, the most important thing to me is you're staying out of trouble. I don't see any indication of any new offenses. You've got that's due by May. We've got some time to work with here. How about we reset the matter to February 13th, February 27th? What kind of timeline are we working on here? Let's reset it to February 13th and just see where you are there. You've got some time to work with. As I indicated, the most important thing to me is you're staying out of trouble. And the purpose of the recommendation here is to make sure that you don't get into any future trouble of at least of a similar nature. Smith, I'm going to reset the matter, signing an order to that effect at this time. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. See you on February 13th. And if you would, you don't have to write that down. When you leave the courtroom, what I want you to do is go to the window outside and to the left, and they'll have a copy of the order that'll have the date and time on it. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself, and hey, as long as you're making progress, everything's okay. Take care of yourself. Any questions? Good luck.
Thank you.
Back on record. Refer to the parties, matter set for pretrial. Mr. Pickett, good morning. Good morning. Morning, sir. Is your full name Jeremy Douglas? Okay. I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to an amended charge of negligent driving in the first degree. Have you gone over the plea form with your attorney?
Yes.
And if you had any questions about what it meant to enter a plea of guilty to a criminal matter, was your question answered?
So
You realize if I accept the plea to the amended charge, negligent driving is a misdemeanor, maximum penalty, 90 days in jail and or $1,000 fine. I'd be free to impose that if I saw fit, regardless of what's recommended. You realize that? If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, no appeal, no witnesses, simply a sentence. That in mind is to one count of negligent driving in the first degree, amended down from a charge of DUI, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on November 1, 2024. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty? You make that plea of your own free will.
Sir.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No, sir.
Find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. Recommended sentence.
Oh, Your Honor.
Okay, anything to add? Mr. Peach, you have a right to tell me anything you wish. You don't have to say anything, but if you want me to know anything, now's the time. You've got a considerable break in this case. Your attorney's negotiated a plea to a much less serious charge than a DUI. DUI, in my opinion, is much worse in terms of impact on anybody's life than a lot of felony charges. The reason for that is the number of people we kill every year because of drinking and driving, and it seems to happen to people that wouldn't do anything wrong under any other circumstances. And follow the recommendation: 90 days in jail, all suspended on the condition you stay out of trouble, and especially that applies to any alcohol-related offenses. $250 fine, You can pay that over time if you wish. But keep in mind, driving a car is probably one of the, maybe the most dangerous thing you're ever going to do in your life. And when somebody's impaired and operating a vehicle, they're a threat to the life and safety of everybody else on the road and themselves. Hopefully this is a learning experience and not to be repeated. Any questions at all? Still working on forms. So, usually everything is done on an O-court system now, and sometimes maybe it's my age, not as reliable and as and even as quick as it used to be. But
I'm with you.
that was. Keep getting reload. Now and at last, signed off on the judgment and sentence in this matter. Mr. Peach, you can get a copy of today's paperwork at the window outside the courtroom to your left. I want you to review that carefully and give your attorney a call if you have any questions. I'm going to wish you the best of luck, and if we don't learn from our mistakes, we're bound to repeat them. So I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Any questions? Take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Mr. Ricky, thank you. Take care. Have a good day. Any other matters to present at this time? I'll be glad to take them. Mr. Tuaninga, good morning. If you have any matters to present, I'll address them at this time.
One moment, Your Honor. Fetch the names. Have three matters this morning. The first is Mr. Liesel Davidson Moreno. That is case number 4A04. Pursuant to Rule 3.4, that we continue in courts for the purposes of ongoing negotiations with the city.
Probably mispronouncing the name. Lisa Love Davidson Marino is the name.
I don't know how to pronounce it either. The attorney of record just said, just has me come here. That I'd be here.
Assuming the attorney is in contact with the
Yes, sir.
defendant, and signing an order resetting the matter as requested to March 13th, 9 a.m. Signing the order at this time. Order signed, closed, and again, you'll be able to get a copy of all orders at the window. But next would be
Next, Your Honor, Jason Turner, case numbers 3A0188278277 and 279. There is this is a defense motion to continue on O courts. I have been in good communication with Mr. Turner. We are requesting this matter be set over for the purpose of obtaining a deferred prosecution evaluation. I do know that this case is getting relatively old. There was a period of time where I didn't have good communication with Mr. Turner, but now that we're back in communication, we're back.
that's such as the practice of law and such as the progress of these cases. Resetting the matter at the request of counsel to February 27th at 9 a.m. Making me reload the document before I sign it. I am something of a techno dinosaur.
I heard the explanation earlier, and I'm like, how do I come back at? I have seen much worse stuff.
Now completely done, and you have another one.
Yes, Your Honor. Last is Mr. Christopher Robinson. That is case number 4A0035381. He is still in custody in Thurston County Jail pending a felony charge. Therefore, we're just setting this matter over, seeing if he can be released or seeing if we can get some resolution.
Request is to reset the matter of March 27th, 9 a.m. Note the absence of the defendant for speedy trial purposes only, signing the order of reset as we speak. Hopefully. Success. Signed and closed.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Those are my only three matters.
Mr. Tuaninga, thank you. You take care. Have a good day.
You well.
Stay warm out there.
Oh, yeah.
We have Attorney Sturbick on but we're not sure.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Sturbick, good morning. How are you?
I am okay. I'm kind of juggling some hearings here, so I'm a bit disheveled, but I'm glad you called my case because this is good timing. I got kind of a break here in between a couple hearings. So I'm here on Leandra Lynch.
And your client's name?
It's Lynch, Leandra Lynch.
Except for a pretrial, is Leandra Lynch in the courtroom? Is not. But go ahead, I'll,
Oh, yes, Your Honor. For the record, Mark Sternick, I'm standing in for the attorney of record on this one, Your Honor. This is a 3.4 appearance. This is the first pretrial after arraignment, just asking to set this over for further investigation and negotiations. The attorney of record has been in excellent communication with the defendant. Excluded period is fine on this one. The attorney of record has explained the waiver to the defendant. If the court needs a waiver, I can let the attorney of record know and get that filed by end of day, but otherwise an excluded period is fine.
I guess I'll need a motion to set over. Mr. Sternick, we'll need a motion to reset, and the prosecutor's preparing that at this time.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you, Your Honor, and I'm sorry about that. I don't think the attorney of record has had many cases in your court, so I do apologize.
No problem, no problem. About how far out did you want to go in the?
Your Honor, anywhere maybe late March. I just have some dates that the attorney is going to be unavailable, and it's just March 5th to March 7th. So end of March looks good, or beginning of April looks good.
How about March 13th?
That's fine, Your Honor.
We'll try March 13th and to see how that works. Let us know if that.
That shouldn't be a problem. What time would that be at, Your Honor?
Have now the motion in front of me. Order is now signed. A copy of the order will be sent to Mr. Rusk and to Ms. Lynch.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'm sorry, what time was it on the 13th?
9 a.m.
9 a.m. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. You take care. Have a good day.
You too. Thanks, counsel.
Okay. Step forward, identify your client. Morning, ma'am. Full name. I mispronounce names habitually. Placencia Tanya Gamboa?
Yes.
Good morning. Turn to your attorney for the status of the matter.
Good morning, Your Honor.
See, the request is be set to March 27th at 9 a.m.
We also discussed like trial.
Perfect. So Gamboa, we're resetting the matter at the request of yourself and your counsel to March 27th. In the meantime, stay in touch with your attorney. Any conditions of release earlier set, and of course, reappear for court. And by all means, stay in touch with your attorney. Any questions at all? Okay. Concludes the matter. I've signed an order of reset. Now, I want you to get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom and to the left.
Bertrand, Your Honor.
There we go. Morning, sir. Is your full name Christopher Roy Bertrand?
Yes, sir.
Matter set for a pretrial at this time. I'll defer to your counsel for the status of the matter.
Once again, Your Honor, Attorney Jay Crum, on behalf.
And I'm looking at an agreement. It's a contract that's called a stipulated order of continuance. Well, what it actually is it's a contract between yourself and the city negotiated by your attorney. 6 months from now, the case can be dismissed if you comply with the terms of the agreement. Most importantly, stay out of trouble. No criminal law violations. That especially involves driving without a license. As I'm sure your attorney has told you that the mandatory jail time for DWS first degree is horrific. And that's just the way it is. It's hard to function in society unless you're able to drive. So I want you to, make that a goal in life to get your license reinstated. And once it is, hang on to it and don't lose it again. I've signed the order and you won't hear from us again as long as you stay out of trouble. Any costs involved in I don't see any costs.
Standard 250.
Mandate.
250, you just did a 250, we had discussed.
Okay. And of course, in return for the agreement, you've given up your rights to go to trial. If there's a violation, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and you know what that would result in, and we don't want to go there. What I want you to do is be crime-free, get your license back, and keep it. Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. And having signed off on it, I want you to get a copy of it, look it over carefully, and if you have any questions at all, give your attorney a call.
Yeah.
Good luck to you, sir.
Yes.
Certainly can. According to Mr. Van Vechten, we'll address your matter now.
Well, Your Honor, Chris Van Vechten here from Mr. Kenyon. Black Trade.
far out would you like to go? There is a March 13th date, yes. 9 AM, we'll need the motion. Opinion at the request of yourself and your council, we're resetting the matter over to March 13th. Any conditions to release earlier set remain in effect, and that includes stay in touch with your attorney and appear for court as directed. Any questions at all? Good luck to you. Take care of yourself. Citing the order of reset, I want you to get a copy of that at the window, and again, stay in touch with your attorney. Mr. Kenyon, good luck. Take care.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Catahorn. We'll address your matter now.
Thank you. Ms. Connor is present in the courtroom and she'll just step forward.
Ma'am, have a seat. Is your full name Allison Ray Connor?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll turn to your attorney for the status of your matter at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Connor has two cases on today. One of them will be entering a plea of guilty to reckless driving per the agreement with the city. The second will be a motion to continue to a date later this month that I selected, as that's going to be an entry of a deferred prosecution. We're just waiting on the VA to sign that commitment to treat, and we've been working with Assessment and Treatment Associates to make sure that all the treatment with the VA comports to the state statute. So Ms. Connor and I have gone over the statement of definitive plea of guilty. We, in fact, hopped on a Zoom right before she stepped into court today. We went over her rights at trial she's waiving, as well as the maximum penalty and the agreement of the parties. I did discharge my duties under Padilla and Sandoval. She is aware that Your Honor is not bound by the agreement of the parties, may impose sentence as Your Honor sees fit, and place her on probationary period for up to 2 years. I did write out a statement that does make her guilty of the crime that she has adopted as her own. Thank you.
There are two charges there, DUI and hit and run attended. Is there a dismissal of the hit and run?
That cause number will be the deferred prosecution.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, and I loaded the motion to continue on that one, and then I did the reckless driving.
Do you disagree at all with anything your attorney just said?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Do you disagree at all
No.
with anything your attorney just said?
No, Your Honor.
I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of reckless driving, amended down from a DUI. Have you gone over the plea process with your attorney? And if you had any questions about what it meant to enter a plea of guilty to a criminal matter, any question you had, was it answered?
Yes.
If I accept the plea, you're giving up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing, which could be up to 364 days in jail and up to a $5,000 fine, regardless of what's recommended. You realize that. With that in mind, as to one count of driving while under the influence of intoxicants within the city of Yelm on December 30th, 2023, how do you plead guilty or not guilty? You make that plea of your own free will. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
I'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and the statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of a reckless driving charge. Mr. Catnord, anything with regard to a sentence?
Your Honor, I'm happy to report Ms. Connor is doing great in her IOP program with the VA. She is in full compliance and has been really working to knock that out. She is a single mother, providing for her family, and we're asking the court to follow the recommendation today. She is a veteran as well that has served our country. So we will then be finalizing her matters with the deferred prosecution at the next hearing.
City, any recommendation as to fine? Ms. Connor, anything you'd like to tell me? You don't have to tell me anything, but if you want me anything to know, know anything about your situation or the case, now's the time.
Apologize for the city for making your question.
The reduction in charge is significant in this matter for a number of reasons. I'm sure you've gone over with your attorney. I'm going to follow the recommendation. 364 days in jail, suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior, especially that comes to, as it applies to drinking and driving. $250 fine. That's the least important thing to me. If there's any problem making the fine payments, let us know. We can certainly deal with that. Sometimes the harder lessons cannot be learned or aren't learned the first time, but it looks like everything is going well for you now, and it's just a matter of time before you can put all this behind you. All I can do is wish you the best of luck, and hopefully that's what happened here is something that finally will never be repeated again. The good news is you're here, you're healthy, you're happy, and nobody's dead. And that's not always the case in these types of situations. I'm going to wish you the best of luck and close the. I'm signing
Thank you,
off.
Your Honor. And Your Honor, just the other matter, I did file the motion to continue on that DUI with the with the accompanying hit and run.
Right, yes, I was looking at the wrong entry here. I'm signing off on the first charge, then we'll go to the next. Going to the other case, I'm looking at a motion to continue to February 27th. Cause ending in 0395. At the party's request, I am resetting the matter to that date and at that time. Anything to add from the city? Ms. Connor, stay in touch with any conditions released earlier set remain in effect. Stay in touch with your attorney, and we'll talk to you again on February 27th.
Your Honor.
You are on the right path here. Hold on, that's Mr. Cattenhorn.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day. Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you very much. Get a copy of the paperwork. And if you have any questions at all about what the paperwork of today means, get in touch with your attorney. Ms. Connor, I'm wishing you the best of luck. Take care. Signing the order of reset. I need to get back inside. James. Mr. Shapiro, good morning. We can address your matter now.
Good morning, Your Honor. Igor Shapiro for the record on behalf of Mr. Tyler Terwilliger.
Mr. Terwilliger is in the courtroom and he's being seated as we speak.
Thank you, Your Honor. Like I said, Igor Shapiro for the record. This is going to be a resolution today where I believe we're going to be entering into a stipulated order of continuance for a period of 6 months. I have gone over the paperwork with my client. He does understand the agreement that he's entering into as far as it being a contract with the city of Yelm. And he also understands the repercussions if he does not follow his part of the contract. but that's not gonna be the case, Your Honor. I'm very confident that he's gonna get this resolved and stay out of trouble so he can earn dismissal.
Morning, sir. Is your, for the record, Tyler John Terwilliger?
Correct. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Terwilliger, do you disagree at all with anything your attorney just said?
No, I did not.
I'm looking at, on the screen in front of me, a stipulated order of continuance, and as your attorney said, that's a contract between yourself and the city negotiated, on your behalf by your attorney, under the terms of which, things will come out really well on you, that, the charge will be dismissed. If you comply with the terms of the agreement, the most principal one is just stay out of trouble. Stay out of trouble. The offense of reckless driving, that the number of people we kill out there on the road is pretty horrific. That's and it's also horrific in terms of your driver's license and the potential of jail time. In return for this agreement, you've given up your right to go to trial. If you violate the agreement, don't pay the cost of $150, have another criminal law violation, and the city proves you violated the agreement, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would almost certainly result in a conviction for a pretty serious offense. You have a chance to walk away from this matter, and as I say, the most important thing is stay out of trouble. There will probably be a motion looking at the agreement, possibility of dismissal 3 months from now, if you stay out of trouble and pay the cost. Mr. Terwilliger, I'm going to wish you the best of luck and remind you that driving a car is probably the most dangerous thing you're ever going to do in your life. Do it carefully so that you don't get hurt and you don't hurt anybody else on the roadway. Any luck? Any questions at all?
No, Your Honor.
I wish you good luck. What I want you to do is go to the window outside the courtroom to your left, get a copy of today's agreement, and look it over carefully, and give Mr. Shapiro a call if you have any questions. Okay?
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I did want to mention one more thing. I'm sorry. We did speak about early termination at 3 months. Is that included in the order?
It is. It is.
Okay, fantastic.
I'll read it. It says no objections for early dismissal in 3 months if Mr. Terwilliger is in full compliance. That's
Fantastic.
verbiage in there.
Okay, thank you so much, Your Honor. I appreciate the court's indulgence. I hope you have a great day.
We'll be sending you a copy of the agreement as well, and let us know if there's any problems.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Take care. Have a good day.
All right, you too.
Terwilliger, again, get a copy, and again, please call your attorney if you have any questions. Good luck to you. Thank you for your patience. And the no motorcycle is dismissed. Morning, Mr. DeRail.
Good morning, Your Honor.
And address your matter at this time.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'll hear from you as to identify your client.
Yes, Your Honor. It's Mr. Tomas Rivera, and I'm appearing for him today.
I understand there's a motion to continue the matter.
Yes, Your Honor. The parties are envisioning sending this out just 2 weeks. My client is still working on getting relicensed. The only issue, Your Honor, is that hearing was locked on O Court. I'd really actually like to keep it on 2 weeks if at all possible. Number one, I think it will create a little bit of pressure for Mr. Rivera to actually get this done next week, which he says he can do. And additionally, Your Honor, at the next pretrial, the 2/27 date, I'm out of town. So I'm hoping the court can fit us on that calendar.
How about we go to March 13th?
Mr. Ratfield?
March 13th, just fine.
City has no objection. I'd rather do that. But of course, what we're interested in, you know, that just people get relicensed. That's what we
Yeah.
want.
Yeah.
You take the matter to March 13th and noting a speedy trial waiver in the form of the order.
Yes, Your Honor. And would the court allow me to change the date of commencement? We can commence from the March 13th date. I believe I have it as February 13th.
We'll just note it of record.
Okay, great.
Mr. DeBale, thank you very much. We'll send you a copy of today's order.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
It's not letting me close things. But they 3 or 4 tries. Good morning. How are you? Great, sir. Doing okay. I see in Oak Court's entry for Joshua King. That's docket number 9. Mr. Havercool, if you yield the floor to.
Oh, sure, no problem.
No?
No,
That's-
yeah, no, go ahead.
No?
Yeah,
you- Good morning, sir. Is your name Joshua Errol Glenn King?
Yes, sir.
Matter set for a pretrial at this time. I'll turn to your attorney for the status of the matter.
Thank you. Counsel,
Mr. King, what your attorney's done is negotiate an agreement with the city on your behalf, under the terms of which 3 months from now, a charge that bears up to almost 1 day short of a year in jail, dismissed. And it's up to you. You're in a position of getting the charge dismissed, but now it's up to you to follow through with that and make sure you stay out of trouble, pay the agreed costs in the order, and the charge will be dismissed. In return for the agreement, you've given up your right to go to trial. If the city proves by a preponderance of the evidence that you violated the agreement, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and you know where that would leave us. Almost certainly a conviction with which you know what that would do in terms of your license possibly, and it's likewise subject you to the possibility of jail time. Do you have any questions? I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Take care of yourself. Bear in mind that being a police officer is kind of a tough job these days. What with the amount of guns that are being flipped around. The best thing you can do is on the street, make sure that any issues, any problems are resolved here in a courtroom and not out on the street. That's not the place for it. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. Signing off on the agreement, Mr. King, you can get a copy of today's agreement at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. What I want you to do is read it over carefully, and if you have any questions about anything that's contained in the agreement, give your attorney a call. Mr. Froling, anything further on behalf of your client? Mr. King, good luck to you. You take care of yourself. Gold is here. I take it in connection with docket number 6 is Jose Antonio Irapan Barrera in the courtroom. Mr. Bull, good morning. If you'd raise your right hand, you solemnly swear or affirm that you will accurately translate from Spanish to English to Spanish, all that is said in this matter. Good morning, sir. Is your full name Jose Antonio Irapan Barrera? If I mispronounce your name, I apologize. This is the first appearance to answer to a charge of driving while under the influence of intoxicants. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. You have a right to have a lawyer represent you in this matter. And I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco, seated next to you there, to represent you in this matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would stipulate to probable cause and ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
The plea of not guilty preserves your rights pending a pretrial. The purpose of a pretrial is to see if you can resolve the case by agreement. If that cannot be done, you have a right to a public and speedy jury trial in this county. The conditions of release are law-abiding behavior, no drinking and driving, and if any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, you need to do so. Do you have any questions? Your next court. Setting the matter to March 13th, 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm signing an order to that effect. And I want you to go to the window outside the courtroom and to your left. get a copy of today's order. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco and be back here on March 13th. Any questions? That concludes the hearing. We'll see you back here in March. Well, the matter of Arnold David Ramirez Pulido. Good morning, sir. Is your full name Arnold David Ramirez Pulido? The citation I have alleges that on January 13, 2025, you committed the offense of driving while license suspended, 3rd degree. That's a misdemeanor with a maximum penalty of 90 days and or a $1,000 fine. You're also cited for failure to have ignition interlock. Now that's a gross misdemeanor. Maximum penalty would be 364 days and or a $5,000 fine upon conviction. I will appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter. And he'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Would stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor. And would ask the court to enter a not guilty plea to each charge.
Those pleas preserve your rights. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. On March 13th, 10 a.m. Conditions of release are law-abiding behavior, which includes do not drive unless you're licensed and insured. and have ignition interlock if the Department of Licensing requires that. Do you have any questions? I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself, and you can get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Translate to the little window up here. Just X out. Do I need to do anything? Just X out. It's in this. Do you have any questions? Get a copy of the order outside the window and to your left. And I think we have one more, but I don't know if we have.
What's that? Yeah, and it's an infraction, so I don't really be in one, but yeah, it's just you.
Pedro Paz in the courtroom, and the infraction didn't appear. And for the record, Pedro, no middle initial, Paz Rodriguez, does not appear. FTA. Back on record for the 10 o'clock pre-trials or anything, Mr. Atco, you have
let's-
today ready.
Yeah, let's go ahead and proceed with the 9:45 calendar, Your Honor. We have item number 2, William Collins. Come on up. He is.
Mr. Collins, come on up and have a seat. How are you? Not bad at all.
Apparently there was a warrant or a failure, or rather at least a failure to appear, so he's here on a first appearance.
Is your full name William James Collins?
William James Collins.
The third, okay. Mr. Collins, the citation I have alleges that on or about October 29th, 2016, you committed the offense of theft in the third degree. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. You have a right to have an attorney represent you, and I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Mr. Collins, a plea of not guilty preserves your rights pending a pretrial, which we're going to set for March 13th at 11 o'clock in the morning. What I want you to do is stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. This case has quite a little bit of age on it. I'm not sure. Well, hey, better late than never.
Not today, later on. I'm gonna get your phone number. You have a phone number?
Yeah.
949. Okay. 636. Okay.
26.
And I'll be giving you a
One
call.
of the older kids.
Yeah. Dan Haverco, you'll get my name in the paperwork before you leave. You'll see the clerk. She'll print up your paperwork for you with your next court date and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Collins, you can get a copy of the order today at the window outside and to your left, and good luck to you. Thank you for appearing. You have a good day.
Next matter on the 9:45 calendar, Your Honor, would be Charles Osborne.
Mr. Osborne, go ahead and have a seat. Is your name Charles Gale Osborne? Mr. Osborne, you were set for a pretrial that's been in warrant status. However, you also are here for arraignment on a new charge. That citation will address the new matter first. Alleges that on January 6th of 2025, you committed the offense of DUI, driving while under the influence of intoxicants. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you on the new charge. He already represents you on the theft charge that's in warrant status. He'll enter a plea to the new charge at this time.
Would stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty, it preserves your rights. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. I want you to exchange contact information. Make sure Mr. Haverco has your contact info.
You have a phone number or anything? Nine one. We already pled not guilty now to put the case in issue, and then I'll be giving you a call. Talk about.
Conditions of release, law-abiding behavior, don't drive unless licensed and insured, no drinking and driving at all. If any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, you're to do so. To the failure to appear, that warrant is quashed. Sorry to have you come back under the circumstances, but they are what they are. Mr. Osborne, you take care of yourself, okay?
Yeah, so before you go, just get a copy of your paperwork. Go see that. Yeah. What's your last name? Harris? What's your last name? Oh. And Mr. Okay. Yep. We could take a matter on the 10 o'clock.
We can.
Thank you.
And Mr. Bingaman is on Zoom, apparently. We'll take him next. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
This is Mr. Michaelis.
Nathan Michaelis, good morning.
Submitted a motion for continuance with a speedy trial waiver in Oak Courts, asking to reset in the ordinary course, trying to get an evaluation completed.
February 27th or 13th, what? Okay, 13th. So, okay, let's resetting your matter to March 13th. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco and we'll see you back here then. Any questions at all?
Thank you.
Thank you. Get a copy of today's order at the window and we'll see you back here month after next.
And
you too, Mr. Michaelis.
And Your Honor wanted to turn to the folks on Zoom.
Mr. Bingaman, good morning. If you'd unmute yourself, we'll address your matter at this time. Mr. Bingaman, thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
For the record, is it Kevin Porter Bingaman?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bingaman, a warrant was issued for your arrest due to non-appearance. You've asked that that warrant be set aside. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Any reason why you didn't show up?
My mailing address that I had, they gave me the wrong date and time and everything, so that's why I wasn't able to. I had it right set up and everything, and then it ended up being the wrong date that they gave me.
Mr. Haverco, any?
Well, so far throughout the courts and representation, I think he hasn't had a phone number, so I haven't been able to have any contact with him outside of court. If he does have a phone number, if he could maybe leave it with the clerk, and then I can get that number to call him. Mr.
I
Bingaman?
gave you a voicemail. Yes, sir.
Well, could you message that to the clerk right now?
Okay.
Yep.
I called and left him a voicemail to the attorney.
We have the information.
Okay.
Notice. Mr. Bingaman, we're going to want you here in person for your next appearance, okay?
Okay.
Do we need to send just a notice of hearing? Bingaman, we'll send you copy of today's, it's a notice, you'll receive, resetting the matter to March 13th at 11 a.m. Make a note of that now, and don't forget to be here on March 13th at 11 in the morning. Any conditions earlier set remain in effect. Stay out of trouble, no drugs, law-abiding behavior. Any questions?
Is the warrant for?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bingham is quashed as long as you appear the next hearing, okay? Don't want
Okay, I will.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
River Mulca.
Did we want to, there was a note that Tina Dawson might be on Zoom. Is she?
She is present.
Okay. On the 9:40 or on the 10.
Ms. Dawson, good morning. Thank you for appearing.
Good morning.
Mr. Haverco is here in the courtroom. He'll be, of course, representing you in this hearing.
Matter comes on for a pretrial hearing on a DUI charge. Had an opportunity to discuss the matter with Ms. Dawson, working on the evaluation process in this case. So have submitted a motion to continue in O courts, includes a speedy trial waiver and asking to reset the matter at least 4 weeks, maybe 6 weeks. So logistically a little more complicated because she's, I believe, still in Montana, and she at least has to get arrange for an evaluation in Washington, at least to start out. So that's
March 13th work. March 13th work.
Sure.
Ms. Dawson, at the request of your attorney, we're going to reset the matter to March 13th. We'll be sending you a copy of the today's order. What I want you to do is stay in touch with Mr. Haverco, and hopefully everything's going well there in Montana. Okay? Any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Dawson, thank you for appearing. Good luck.
Good. Thank you.
What was there, Trevor Volpe here? Or
Did not answer.
or Nicole Schubert? Looks like the two other 945s aren't present, Your Honor.
Or it'll just simply stay in effect. And Jennifer Jenkins, docket number 1 on the 815. City have a motion on that?
Sorry,
Jenkins, number 1, page 1. Non-appearance of this type of case is troubling. So. Hubert and Mocha. Recall the matter of Dwayne Erickson. Mr. Erickson, good morning. Dwayne Allen Erickson, I believe. Mr. Everco?
Yeah, good morning, Your Honor. Initially, we were thinking about continuing at one point, changing course here. We're gonna enter a straight plea to the charge, count two, interlock violation upon the court's acceptance of the plea. The city will move to dismiss the suspended driving third-degree case. Recommendation is 364 days in jail, all suspended for 12 months on the condition that he have law-abiding behavior. And the city's asking for a $250 probation fee. I spoke with him about that. He can pay that at $25 a month. And so it's an agreed recommendation, and I'd ask the court to inquire with regard to the plea.
Well, sir, for the, again, for the record, Dwayne Allen Erickson is your full name. Mr. Allen, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock when required to have it by the Department of Licensing. Have you gone over the plea process with your attorney? Plea form tells me you're 54 years of age. Are you able to fully understand the language in the plea form? If I accept the plea, ignition interlock violation being a gross misdemeanor, the maximum penalty is $364 and or $5,000. I'd be free to impose that regardless of what's recommended if I accept the plea. Also, if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing, and that would conclude the matter. With that in mind, as to one count of operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock when required to have it by the Department of Licensing within the city of Yelm on March 12th, 2021. How do you plead guilty or not guilty? You make that plea of your own free will. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. And your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the charge. Mr. Haverco's indicated what the recommended sentence is. City, have anything to add? Mr. Erickson, you can tell me anything you wish. If you have anything to say that you want me to know, now's the time. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. To follow the recommendation, $250 fine, 364 days suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior. Are you still under ignition interlock requirements now? That's get that behind you. Life will be a lot simpler, a lot easier once you do. And then make sure you don't put yourself in a position where that condition is reimposed on you. You don't want to go there. It's easy to lose the license, and it's a lot harder to get it back sometimes. Mr. Erickson, I'm signing the judgment and sentence. The $250 fee, you can pay that at $25 a month. That's in the final papers. What I want you to do is review the paperwork and give Mr. Everco a call if you have any questions. In any event, if you can't make a fine payment, let us know. We can deal with that. Most important thing is stay out of trouble and get relicensed one of these days. Good luck to you. Take care. And you as well. And the DDoS third charge is, for the record, dismissed. Doris, come on up and have a seat if you would. Good morning. Full name, Monica Torres.
Matter comes on for a pretrial hearing, Your Honor, on the charge of suspended driving second degree. The DOL indicates she currently has a restricted license. On advising the city of that, the city's going to amend the charge to no valid operator's license with ID.
That's right, Your Honor. City makes that motion.
Ms. Torres, that amendment removes it from a criminal matter to a civil infraction. Civil infraction, if you admit it, I'm going to assess $150 fine. That would conclude the matter, and there's, of course, no possibility of any jail time. It's simply an infraction. Do you admit that when you were cited on December 14th, 2024, you didn't have a valid license on your person? I'll assess a $150 fine, and are you relicensed now or just eligible to, or?
She has a restricted license.
Oh, boy, it's restricted until then. Okay.
She does have.
Wonderful. That's, that'll get here before you know it. And, that's, make sure you drive in such a fashion as you don't get cited for anything that leads to any sort of resuspension. We live in a world where you gotta be able to drive, period. Ms. Torres, I'm signing an order to that effect. Get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. I think this is a good resolution of the matter, but yeah, please make sure you get your license fully reinstated. Ms. Torres, good luck. Thank you. Thank you. Well,
You want to do no-shows? Is it too early or?
for Ms. Eustace, probably not.
That's probably,
That's
probably true.
well, we'll start with number one, Sarah Anderson.
Let's see, let me look at my notes. So I was, excuse me, I was given a phone number by Ms. Anderson. Attempted to call the number wouldn't accept calls. I sent a text and never received a response.
1,000.
So ordered, 1,000 cash or bond. Allison Bartlett.
I had been given a phone number for Ms. Bartlett. Called the number, left a message to call back, never received a return call, so I haven't spoken.
Same motion.
1,000.
1,000 cash or bond, mortal issue. Bill Dorsey didn't show up.
Same thing, was given a phone number, left a message to call me back, and have not received a return call.
Oh,
1,000.
so ordered. Amanda Eustace.
And, with Ms. Eustace, my recollection is that every time she has been to court, which has been a while, she hasn't had a phone number. So I haven't had a phone number for her. As such, I have not had any contact with her outside of court. So I don't have any information to provide the court.
Run out of paper to issue warrants.
Yeah, I don't know, 1,000.
So ordered.
Yeah.
Yeah, docket note is she didn't appear on December 5th, and then January 2nd she was sick, and that one thing after the other. On record for the pretrial calendars, Mr. Arrico, I'm going to defer to you for the order. The cases are called.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could return to the 10 o'clock calendar. This is Amanda Hustis. Matter comes on for a pretrial hearing on the 10 o'clock calendar. I've had a chance to meet with her, go over the police reports. I think she intends on entering a straight plea to the charge. The city's recommendation is all suspended jail time. They're also not asking for any sort of fines, just law-abiding behavior.
Morning, ma'am. Is your full name Amanda Ann Marie Hustis? Hustis, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of theft in the 3rd degree. Plea form tells me you're 37 years of age. Have you gone over the entire plea form with Mr. Arrico? And if you had any question about what it meant to enter a plea of guilty to a criminal offense, was any question you had answered?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if I accept the plea, the maximum penalty would be 364 days in jail and or $5,000 by way of fine. I'd be free to impose that regardless of what's recommended. You realize that? And you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing. With that in mind, as to 1 count of theft in the 3rd degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on October 8th, 2024, how do you plead guilty or not guilty? You make that plea of your own free will. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. Mr. Arrico, anything further?
Nothing to add, Your Honor. Just ask the court to follow the city's recommendation.
Mr. Hatfield, anything further? No. Ms. Eustace, anything you want to tell me about yourself or the matter? Now's the time. You don't have to say anything unless you want to. The important thing is learn. You know, learn for the. Don't repeat mistakes. That's we all make them. Don't repeat them. We'll follow the recommendation. 364 days in jail, but all suspended on basically one condition: stay out of trouble. Period. That's all we want. Not going to impose any fine. You don't have to worry about that. But stay out of trouble. Okay? It'd also be a good idea to appear in court on time.
Yeah, it's not.
Probably a good idea to confirm with your attorney when you're supposed to be in court. But be that as it may, what I want you to do is go to the window outside the courtroom to the left, get a copy of today's paperwork and look it over. And if you have any question, give Mr. Arrico a call, okay? Thank you, ma'am.
Justin?
Mr. Davis, come on up.
So Mr. Davis comes before the court for a pretrial hearing on the charge of criminal trespass in the 2nd degree. We've reviewed the police report together. He intends on entering a straight plea to the charge.
What is your full name? Justin, middle initial B, Davis. So Davis, do you disagree with anything Mr. Arrico just said? I'm looking at your statement of defendant on plea of guilty, 37 years of age. You've been through the 12th grade. Any problem at all following along with Mr. Arrico going over the plea form? Maximum is 90 days in jail and or $1,000 in fines. I'd be free to impose that regardless of what's recommended. You realize that. Also, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. No trial, no appeal, just the sentencing. With that in mind, Mr. Davis is to 1 count of criminal trespass, 2nd degree within the city of Yelm on December 15th, 2024. How do you plead? Guilty or not guilty? You make that plea of your own free will. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? Find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. Anything further, Mr. Havercool?
No, city's recommending all suspended jail time, 90 days in jail, all suspended on the condition of law-abiding behavior. And they're not, based on his indigency status, the city's not asking for any fines.
Mr. Havercool, nothing further, Mr. Ratfield? No, that's it. Mr. Davis, how about you? Anything you'd like me to know? Don't have to say anything, but if you have anything to tell me, now's the time. Getting to know each other pretty well here, which is maybe not a good thing. I'm going to follow the recommendation, 90 days, all suspended on the condition you just simply stay out of trouble. And in your case, that mostly means don't go where you're not supposed to go. People have businesses and all, they have a right to tell people you're not welcome here. So try and go with that in the future, okay? Mr. Davis, all I can do is wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. I'm signing off on the judgment and sentence. What I want you to do is get a copy of that at the window. Look it over carefully. Give Mr. Havercool a call if you have any questions, okay? Mr. Davis, good luck to you. You take care of it yourself.
Amanda?
Morning, ma'am. Is your full name Amanda Ray Florence Franzak?
A couple matters on today. On the 11 o'clock calendar, she has a pretrial hearing. And as to that, we've submitted a motion to continue into O courts. And the reason for that is she has a new charge that she needs to be arraigned on also on the 1 o'clock calendar as well.
Well, let's set them both for the same date, but we'll deal with the 1 o'clock case now at this time. Ms. Franzak, the citation issued to you on January 20th of this year alleges that on that day you committed the offense of criminal trespass, 2nd degree. That's a simple misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction, 90 days and or $1,000. I'm going to appoint Mr. Havercool to represent you on that charge as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He'll enter a plea for you.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Would stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Ms. Franzak, plea of not guilty preserves your rights. Now, a condition of the earlier case that was on for pretrial today was law-abiding behavior. We're going to set the matters out to March 13th, 10 o'clock in the morning.
Let's see. I think I have the current phone number to this phone. So. Ms. Franzak is, she says she has in March a court date in Thurston District Court. I'm trying to get into jabs here just to see if I can learn what.
Okay.
Okay, so never mind.
Thank you.
So we're going to set both your matters
Yep.
for March 13th. I'm signing the order in the new case as well.
Okay.
Again, Ms. Franzak, I want you to stay out of jail by just abiding by all the court orders and staying out of trouble, okay? Condition of release on the new charge is to stay out of trouble.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
You can get a copy of both orders at the window. Stay in touch with your attorney. questions?
What's next? We're gonna call Esperanza, is it Venegas? Okay, why don't you come on?
How do you pronounce your last name? Esperanza Venegas. Good morning. Go ahead and have a seat.
Matter comes on before the court for a pretrial hearing on a theft charge. Parties have reached an agreement proposing the court accept a stipulated order of continuance. There's one no courts, typical conditions, no criminal law violations for 12 months, payment of $250 court fee to be paid at $25 a month, and ready to go.
Ms. Venegas, good morning to you. I'm looking at a stipulated order of continuance again. It's an agreement between yourself and the city, negotiated by Mr. Haverco. Stay out of trouble over the next 12 months, pay $250 in costs. Guess what? Charge is dismissed. However, if you violate the agreement, the city proves that, we're back to square one. You've given up your rights in return for the agreement. We'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would result in a conviction for a crime of dishonesty and subject you to the possibility of up to 1 day short of a year in jail. Don't want to go there. You have a chance to get this off your record, you need to take care of it. You need to follow through. Not a good idea to start out life with a conviction for a crime of this sort. I'm going to wish you the best of luck, Ms. Venegas. I want you to get a copy of the agreement at the window. Look it over carefully, and if you have any question about anything contained in the agreement, give Mr. Haverco a call, okay? Any questions of me? Good luck to you. Take care of yourself.
Do we have a few minutes where I can just speak with Mr. Mendoza?
We will have a few, and we will take a few moments, absolutely. Back on record, Mr. Havergal, I'll defer to you for the,
Thank you, Your Honor.
for the calendar call.
Oh. I'm right. Okay, we're ready to go here. Let's first deal with item number 8. This is again Emmanuel Mendoza. So he's going to enter into a stipulated order of continuance on the DUI case. The suspended driving third-degree count will be dismissed straight away today. Further, the DUI will be amended to that of a no test. And then the DUI shall be placed on a 24-month SOC on the usual DUI-related conditions. Cost $990.50, and alcohol evaluation, apply with any recommended treatment and follow-up victim impact panel. So let's just go ahead and deal with that.
Good afternoon, sir. For the record, is your name Emmanuel, middle initial L, Mendoza? Yeah. Mr. Mendoza, I'm looking at the SOC stipulated order of continuance with regard to case ending in 7884, the citation for DUI and DWS third. The agreement is the DWS third now is being dismissed at that time, and we were continuing the DUI under conditions. Mr. Abaco, do I have that right?
Yeah, you do. Yeah, the suspended third to be dismissed today, just with
So ordered?
prejudice, yes.
Now, with regard to the DUI, eventual
Amendment to reckless driving, yes.
reckless driving.
Yes.
Mr. Mendoza, that's, this is an agreement under the terms of which, if you abide by all the terms and the conditions, charge will be amended and go in on your record as a much less serious charge of reckless driving. Still a gross misdemeanor, but that it doesn't carry a lot of the baggage that a DUI conviction would carry as far as your license, insurance, et cetera, are concerned. Now, in order for this to happen, you need to abide by the conditions, which are primarily and most importantly to stay out of trouble. Do not get any further criminal law violations, especially when it comes to drinking and driving. Pay costs in the amount of $990.50. Get a drug and alcohol evaluation and comply with any recommended treatment, if any. But get the evaluation within the next 90 days. If there's the problem, what we're doing, if there's a problem, let's fix it. Let's deal with it. That's if there's not, it'll be good to know. Now, in return for this agreement, you've given up the right to go to trial. If you violate the agreement, city proves that. We'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and you know where that would go. That would subject you to up to a year in jail, license suspensions. Well, I'm sure you've sort of gone into that. Signing off on the SOC. Now, when we're done here, I want you to go to the window and get a copy of all your paperwork and review it carefully and give Mr. Haverco a call if there's any question you have or any misunderstanding. you need to promptly contact Mr. Haverhill. How about docket number 9?
Doug number 9, he's gonna enter a plea to the amended charge of driving while license suspended in the 3rd degree. And it's all recommendation is just all 90 days suspended for 12 months on the condition of no new criminal law violations. Because of the fines on the DUI case, the city is only gonna recommend a $100 cost on that case.
Dealing with docket number 9, citation ending in 2681. Mr. Mendoza, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of driving a license suspended or revoked 3rd degree, amended down from 2nd degree. 2nd degree, of course, conviction for that would result in a resuspension of your license for a similar period of the suspension you're under. The 3rd degree, there is no resuspension. However, it is a misdemeanor. The maximum penalty, 90 days in jail and or $1,000 fine. If I accept the plea, I'm free to impose up to that maximum if I see fit. Also, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. No trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing. And that would conclude the matter. With that in mind, as to 1 count of driving a license suspended or revoked in the 3rd degree, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on July 9th, 2024, how do you plead guilty or not? Do you make that plea of your own free will? Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. And your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the plea elements or the factual elements of the offense. Mr. Mendoza, anything you'd like to tell me about the situation? Mr. Haverhill, anything to add?
If it had, it is a high BAC case. In fact, we've amended it to that of a no test case on the DUI, but it's a reason for the reckless. It was close to a 0.3, it was 0.28. It was up there. And so, he understands the importance of getting an evaluation and following through with that. And it's, real important. He deals with that.
Mr. Mendoza, on the DDoS charge, yes, 90 days all suspended, $100 fine. As the high BAC is concerning, it could indicate, and sometimes does indicate, a lot of conditioning and a lot of heavy drinking. If that's an issue, if that causes, of course, whether you drink or not, that's your own business. But once you get out on the road, endanger yourself and other people, that becomes it's a problem for the judicial system as well. I'm going to wish you the best of luck, and I think that might wind up being the most important part of these cases is get the evaluation and do what you need to do to make sure it doesn't happen.
And
there is the docket number 7, the
city's going to move to dismiss
Ordered.
item number 7. I don't know if I did the right order, but I put a motion or order on motion. I'm not sure if that's the right one. Courts.
Motion granted. The infractions of driving with wheels off roadway and no insurance are dismissed. Windows, I'm signing electronically the judgment and sentence. In the last case we addressed. Again, get a copy of all the paperwork at the window, look it over carefully, give Mr. Haverhill a call, and I would make the scheduling the evaluation. I would make that a priority as soon as you can do it. Dismiss. That concludes the hearing. Dozy, you may be excused, but don't forget to get a copy of the paperwork. And good luck to you, okay? So, and make sure you keep an address on file and stay in touch with Mr. Haverhill just in case there's an issue down the road.
Take care. All right.
Good luck to you. I guess that brings us up to the no-shows.
Yeah, yeah. First is Mr. Richard Carter. I had a phone number. Called the number, left a message, called back, never received any return call.
1,000 cash or bond, so ordered. Next is Mr. Ehrlich.
He and I actually spoke on the phone within the last week, a fair bit, and he said, I had kind of a proposed disposition worked out, and he said it sounded good, and then he said he was gonna call me the next day to let me know kind of one way or the other if he wanted to do that. And he didn't call, so he hasn't, he didn't let me know he wasn't gonna make it to court or give me any reason, so I don't have any information as to his non-appearance, but I guess on the argument that I did have an actual discussion with him, I guess the defense argument here would be to note the failure to appear for speedy trial purposes and to reset with notice. I don't know what the city's position is.
Note the non-appearance for speedy trial purposes.
Okay.
Continue all three matters, docket numbers 3, 4, and 5 to the next available date. Send notice to Mr. Ehrlich, and that would be the time after next, or be set with notice. And you do have a phone number. Good luck with it the next time.
The only remaining one is Mr. Robert Colton Williams, and last I knew, he wanted trial, at least based on my last communication with him at his last court date. I haven't had any contact with him since his last date, but
You seem pretty adamant about.
yeah. I don't have any information as to his non-appearance.
What do we want to do?
Yeah, 1,000.
So ordered. That's docket numbers 11, 12, and 13. One on each.
Yeah, one on each.
1,000. Cash or bond. And with that, I think we can go off record until. shortly. Good afternoon. We're going to call the 1 o'clock arraignment calendar. Have some private counsel matters I want to take first. Go ahead and introduce yourself for the record and your client by name.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Both here on behalf of Jeremy Stockton, who's seated to my right.
Good afternoon. Full name Jeremy Andrew Stockrum.
Yes.
Mr. Stockrum, citation alleges in honor about January 18th, 2025. You committed the offense of driving while under the influence of intoxicants. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine.
Your Honor, we will
That in
not-
mind, I'll defer to your attorney for the entry of a plea. Sorry.
Right. Yeah, we will not receive a copy of the citation, Your Honor. We'd ask for a waive any further formal arraignment. We will still pay the probable cause for purposes of setting conditions. We ask for it to plea of not.
Plea of not guilty preserves your rights, of course. I note there is a prior within the applicable period of time. Inclined to order ignition interlock within 5 days. Any objection to?
Let me take a look at the PCH again, Your Honor.
It was in 2017.
So that would be outside 7 years?
It's well, 7 years by 17 to 24, 5, and then we're just into 5.
I think it would be outside 7 years. I'd ask for it if it's outside 7 years, I think it's discretionary. Ask for it,
True.
not consider or not require additional interlock in this case. It appears there may have been some issues with this.
There was no breathalyzer. There was a very high PBT to that I think concerned me more than the prior did. City have a position?
Oh, it's in nothing.
I'm just going to impose the standard conditions of release in this case. I'm assuming without going to the date and month that it's within the not within the 7 months. Don't drive unless licensed and insured. Absolutely no drinking and driving at all. And it might be a good idea to not, I'm going to order that you not drink. Don't consume alcohol while the matter's pending. Stay in touch with your attorney. Any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, to do so. Appear back for court as directed, and by all means, most importantly, no drinking and driving.
And I did go over rights at arraignment with you as well, Your Honor. Sign.
Hey, thank you. Set the matter for a pretrial. The pretrials are always done on the 9 o'clock calendar. The next available date is the 27th, probably. The 27th of February. If that works.
Looks like I might have to be up in Snohomish County that morning.
March 13th.
Thank you. That will work.
March 13th it is.
And is it permissible for counsel to appear under Rule 3.4?
I want your client present in person, but counsel may appear by way of Zoom or. And of course, I'll leave it up to you to be in touch with Mr. Bradfield while the matter's pending. So Stockrum, I'm signing an order on today's hearing. I want you to get a copy of that at the outside the courtroom to your left before you leave. Review it with your attorney, and of course, and if you have any questions, your attorney will be able to answer that. That concludes today's hearing. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. We'll see you back here in March.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead and bring up Mr. White, if you will. Is Rosalie Cole in the courtroom? Rosalie Cole. Ms. Cole, if you take a seat at the council table. Mr. White, I see you are present. If you'd unmute yourself, we can call your matter now. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
I believe he's in the courtroom. Ma'am, is your full name Rosalie A. Cole?
Yes.
Ms. Cole, the citation I have alleges that on or about January 25th, 2025, you committed the offense of driving while under the influence of I'm sorry, that's is that better? The citation alleges that on or about January 25th, you committed the offense of driving while under the influence of intoxicants. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. At this point, I'm going to turn to Mr. White, your attorney, for the entry of a plea on your behalf. Mr. White?
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. James White for the defense. I checked the docket. Looks like we're still working on getting a notice of appearance in. I expect that later today. As to the arraignment, we acknowledge receipt, waive formal reading, respond not guilty. I also did review her rights at arraignment that was submitted via O courts. And we do stipulate the probable cause for conditions of release.
Thank you. Any question about what your attorney just said, ma'am? The plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. That preserves your rights. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial conference. Mr. White, the next available date would be February 27th at 9 a.m.
That works for me if that works for Ms. Cole, Your Honor.
Ms. White, February 27th would be our next court date. Does that work for you? I'll sign an order to that effect. We'll be sending your attorney a copy of today's order. Now, the conditions of release are law-abiding behavior, don't drive unless licensed and insured, no drinking and driving at all, and any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, you're to do so, okay? Any questions? Now, don't forget to go to the window, get a copy of today's order, and we'll see you back here next month. And you take care of yourself.
Thank you, Your Honor. You have a nice afternoon.
And you take care. One more, Mr. Nerlax. Is Robert Meadows in the courtroom? Robert Meadows. Mr. Meadows, if you'd have a seat there, that'd be. Mr. Nerlax, good afternoon. If you'd unmute yourself, we'll address your matter at this time.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Your client is in the courtroom. Sir, is your full name Robert Meadows?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Meadows, the citation I have alleges that on or about January 17th, 2025, you committed the offense of driving under the influence of intoxicants. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I will return to Mr. Nerlax, your attorney, for the entry of a plea on your behalf.
Thank you, Judge. We can acknowledge receipt. We will waive formal reading. We would like to enter a plea of not guilty, please.
Stipulation of probable cause for purposes of this hearing only.
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Meadows, the plea of not guilty preserves your rights pending a pretrial conference. We will be setting that. Mr. Nerlax, the next available date would be February 27th, 9 a.m.
Does that work for you, Mr. Meadows?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent.
Said yes. Conditions of release in the meantime are don't drive unless licensed and insured, law-abiding behavior, no drinking and driving at all, and if any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, you're to do so. Any questions? I want you to get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left, and we'll be sending your attorney a copy of today's order as well, okay? Any questions? You take care. We'll see you next month.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Nerlax, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Catch up with the paperwork. This is going to take a minute. Once again, good afternoon. A word first. Any private counsel appears on behalf of anybody, I want to know that. I'd like to take those cases first. Private counsel, of course, is the clock is always running, and I don't want to anybody to incur unnecessary bills. Mr. Haverco is here. He will enter a plea on behalf of each and every one of you if you wish. And before I call you up one at a time, I need to advise you of a couple of things. You have a right to have a lawyer represent you at all stages of any criminal proceeding. If you're indigent, a lawyer will be appointed at public expense. In any event, Mr. Haverco will enter a plea on your behalf at this time. The plea is invariably not guilty. That plea preserves your rights pending further hearings. The next hearing usually is set, is a pretrial. That gives you a chance to negotiate with the city, discuss the matter fully with your attorney, and resolve the case by agreement if possible. If that's not possible, then there could be motion hearings, and eventually you have a right to a public and speedy jury trial in the county where the offense was allegedly committed. If you have any question about what you were charged with or your rights, go ahead and ask me or Mr. Haverco. Any problems, response to the charge other than a simple plea, those are reserved by way of motion to a later date. Is Tammy Balint in the courtroom? Tammy Balint? Now, a number of people will not appear today. I'll go through the calendar. At the end of the calendar, I have to go through the case of the people that did not appear. If the people did not appear, there's no reason for that. A warrant will issue for their arrest. So you've at least saved yourself a warrant by just coming up and responding today. How about Leroy Beauchamp? And I'm going to probably mispronounce a name or two from here. If I mispronounce anybody's name or misspeak it, just please correct me. Good afternoon, sir. Is your full name Leroy Joseph Beauchamp? Yes. Mr. Beauchamp, well, the city may have a preliminary motion that may affect a number of people in the courtroom.
Yes, Your Honor. City.
Would an exception be an accompanying infraction as we have in this case? Mr. Beauchamp, what that means is this: when you walked in here, you were cited with the offense of DWS third degree. That's a criminal offense. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. The city has moved to amend the charge from a criminal offense to a civil infraction. The difference is this: civil infraction, you don't plead guilty or not guilty to it, you admit it or deny it. If you admit it, I'll impose a $150 fine. If you deny it, you're entitled to a contested hearing. We'll set a hearing at a later date where any motions you can have regarding the propriety of the stop, for example, whether it was an accurate speed limit, any number of things can be brought up then. Any question about anything I just said? Then I'll ask you as to one charge of no valid operator's license in the second degree, and one citation for failure to have liability insurance. How do you plead guilty or not, or admitted or not admitted to those charges? Sorry. I'll impose a $150 fine on the NVOL charge. The other charge, $550 some is the bail. That's way too much. Let's reduce that to 150 as well. And we'll set the payments on that at $25 a month. You know what you need to do to get your license reinstated? That I'm so glad to hear that. That's really what I'm interested in here with regard to this charge. I want people licensed. I want them insured. It's pretty easy to lose your license, and it's a lot harder sometimes to get it back. So, but now that you have it back, make sure you don't do anything that's gonna cause you to lose it, okay? Mr. Beauchamp, I'm signing an order to that effect. And the order in your case does reflect a $25 a month payment. Now, there's this, financial circumstances change. If for some reason you cannot afford, make the payments, let us know. Let us know so the sites don't go in as a failure to appear. And so we don't want to put you back in the same position. Any question? I want to thank you for getting your license reinstated. Don't forget to get a copy of today's order, and good luck to you. Take care. Christine Barrett? Christine Barrett. No answer. Brandon Browning? Good afternoon, Mr. Browning. The city is, you are cited with driving a license suspended or revoked 3rd degree. The city, by joint motion here, has reduced that charge to the civil infraction of no valid operator's license on your person. The infraction bearing a monetary penalty only. Any question about anything I've just said? Mr. Browning, I'll then ask you, do you admit or deny the commission of the infraction of no valid operator's license when you were cited on January 16th? I'm going to do the same. I'll impose a $150 fine. And now you can pay that at $25 a month. And I'll ask you, do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license? It's usually money is usually involved. I can't order you to do anything, of course, but I'm going to suggest that you make reinstatement of your license a project in life, okay? Good luck to you. Take care of yourself. And don't forget to get a copy of the order at the window. Thank you. Samantha Sue Camel Franklin. Does not respond. Tomas Canzoni. Good afternoon. As the city has moved, you're now the subject of an infraction. It's not a criminal offense, which is always a good thing. If you deny you committed the infraction or deny that the city anybody had any right to issue you an infraction, you're entitled to a contested hearing. Is that what you wish? That's a matter we take up at the contested hearing. I don't hear motions and arguments now. This is simply a preliminary appearance. Yes. And that preserves any rights you have and any defenses you might have. So ordered. What we'll do is I'm signing an order to that effect. We'll set it for a hearing. Is this going to work? February 27th, 2:30 in the afternoon. That's a Thursday. That work? It'll be, it's in the order. Now get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. And if the court's telephone number is on there, if that becomes a problem, simply make sure you get a hold of us so that can be reset. Okay? The O-Court system lets me generate this order, I will, and now I have done so. Go ahead and on the way out, grab a copy of today's order, and that concludes the hearing. Take care and thank you for appearing. Have a good day. We've dealt with the next two matters. Marvin Green in the courtroom. Marvin Green. Good afternoon, sir. Full name Marvin George Green. Mr. Green, the citation is driving a license suspended or revoked third degree. And as if you already heard, the city's amended that charge to no valid operator's license, second degree, the civil infraction, bearing a monetary penalty only, no jail time. Do you admit, any question about what I just said? Do you admit or deny that you did not have a valid license on your person when you were cited on January 24th? And once again, I'm going to ask you, you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated?
Yeah, I just had it. First time getting the ticket myself.
I'm going to wish you the best of luck with that. It's a $150 fine today, $25 a month. And again, if you have a problem making the fine payments, make sure you let us know so we can deal with that rather than have it go in as a failure to appear, okay? Mr. Green, I'm signing the order. That is done. You get a copy of it at the window. Thank you for appearing. Brandon Guerrero. Yep, sorry.
Hi, hello.
Good afternoon.
I'm Brandon.
Is your full name Brandon Guerrero?
Yeah, that's correct.
Mr. Guerrero, the citation I'm looking at alleges that on or about January 23rd, 2025, you committed the offense of operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Mr. Haverco is appointed by me at this time to enter a plea on your behalf, and he'll represent you in this matter. Mr. Haverco?
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Mr. Guerrero, a plea of not guilty has been entered, which preserves your rights pending a pretrial, which we're going to set now. Also, we'll enter a plea of not committed with regard to the two infractions that you were cited with as well.
Thank you.
Has he provided a phone number to the court? I see a phone number listed in the order. Is that good?
Yeah.
Mr. Guerrero, what I would want you to do is appear in person at the pretrial date. That'll be March 13th at 11 in the morning. Are you able to do that?
Yes, I am able to do that. That's enough notice for sure.
We'll be sending you a copy of today's order. And Mr. Haverco is going to need your phone number as well. Could you message that into the court clerk here? And
Sure.
we apparently do have an updated phone number. We'll see that the public defender, Mr. Haverco, gets it. Mr. Guerrero, that concludes the hearing. We'll talk to you March 13th. We'll see you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cheers, thanks.
Mr. Guerrero, we'll be sending you a copy of today's order. You can sign off now if you wish.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Patrick Hudson.
That meant sign off. I mean, well, and actually just I don't.
Full name Patrick Lee Hudson. That's a Judge, you are also cited with the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked third degree. And the city's motion applies to you as well. It's now the civil infraction of no valid operator's license on your person, second degree. And of course, that being an infraction, you need to admit it or deny it. Any question about what I just said? Do you admit or deny that you didn't have that license? I'll assess a $150 fine. And likewise, do you know what you need to do to reinstate? Money, yeah, it's money. It's 150. We'll set this at 25 a month. And again, if there's a problem making the payments, let us know. Finally. Then you can go to the window, get a copy of the order, and thank you for appearing and take care of yourself. That's it. Nicholas Kelsey? Does not respond. Cassandra Kenny? Good afternoon, ma'am. Getting to be an echo in here. Your citation also is for driving a license suspended, revoked in the 3rd degree. Now, the city's motion applies to you as well. The charge is amended to NVOL, no valid operator's license, 2nd degree, the civil infraction. If you admit it, that's a $150 fine. You likewise have a right to a contested hearing, and that would be set for a later date. Any questions at this point? What would you like to do? Admit? Ms. Kenny, I'll assess a $150 fine. And of course, the question is do you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated? Money. It seems to always come down to that, as so much in life does. I'm signing the order, amending the charge, and again, yeah, I'd make that a goal in life to get that license reinstated. Signing the order, get a copy of it at the window outside, and I wish you good luck in getting reinstated. Take care of yourself. Darren Matheny does not respond. Daniel Mora. Good afternoon, sir. Full name Daniel, no middle name Mora. Mr. Mora, you're the recipient of the city's motion as well. You now have 2 infractions. The first one is no valid operator's license on your person, 2nd degree. The next one is expired tabs, amended down from failure to transfer title. You've taken care of that? That speaks well for you. You were cited for the offenses, and you could admit them or deny them and get a contested hearing. What do you want to do? That's a $150 fine on driving a license suspended, 3rd degree, and 100 on failure to transfer title, amended to expired tabs. You know what you need to do to get your license reinstated. Good luck with that. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. That order is being prepared right now. I'll sign it, and then I want you to go to the window outside and get a copy of it. And if you have any questions at all, let us know. Give us a call. And if for some reason you can't make a payment on the fines, let us know about that too. We can deal with that. Good luck to you. Thank you, sir. Go ahead. I'm going to call Yelm versus Tana Marie Morgan. I believe we have an appearance by way of Zoom. If that is you, good afternoon. Are you Tana Marie Morgan? You're muted.
Yes, I am.
Thank you, ma'am. The citation I have alleges that on or about January 12th, you committed the offense of criminal trespass, second degree. That's a misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. The public defender's in the courtroom, and I'm going to appoint him to represent you in this matter, and he's going to enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Ms. Morgan, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. Do you know when you'll be available to come to court in person?
At least not for another month or so.
Let's set a pretrial for March 13th, I think. March 13th. And if you're able to appear in person by that time, now we're going to send you an order with that date and the time on it. But yes, if you're not able to come in person, go ahead and appear by way of Zoom, and we'll.
Okay. At what time and what courtroom?
It's here in Yelm, the Public Safety Building. Now, in the order we're going to send you, it'll have the court's address and phone number.
I don't have the same address. Can I give you a different address?
Yes, you can. Please. Yeah, let us. Go ahead. If you can give us a good mailing address, that'd be great.
13505 Manke, M-A-N-K-E.
Manke, M-A-N-K-E.
Road
Southeast in?
Rainier.
In Rainier. Is there a P.O. box there? I know Rainier.
It's a house.
I'm not sure if Rainier has in-person delivery yet.
That's just my address. Yeah, you can send paperwork there.
Ms. Morgan.
Otherwise, I have nowhere. I'm homeless.
Okay, we'll give it a try.
Okay.
Ms. Morgan, this is Dan Haverco. Do you have a phone number?
Yeah.
Can you message your number in the chat? Send it to the clerk.
Can you show me? Yeah. But I don't know, it's not gonna be on in a month.
Oh, it won't be on?
It probably won't be on. I'm in rehab right now.
Oh, okay. So maybe I may just wind up talking to you at your next court date.
Yeah, so I just need to know the time and what courtroom. You won't know that till later, or? I don't understand.
Morgan, hope to see you on March 13th. In any event, stay in touch with us. I realize communication may be a little difficult here, given your circumstances, but
I'll stay in touch.
you do the best you can, and I wish you the best of luck there, okay?
Thank you.
Take care of yourself. That concludes the hearing. You can sign off. Wesley Morgan in the courtroom? Wesley Morgan. How about Aliyah Nesbitt? Ms. Nesbitt, there's an awful lot of that. Full name, Aliyah Basti Lialo Nesbitt. I'm probably mispronouncing that. Hey, thank you. The citation is now for no valid operator's license on your person, second degree, the infraction. If you admit it, it'll be a $150 fine. You probably realize that by now. Yeah, and you're entitled to a contested hearing if you deny it. Any questions? What would you like to do? Any idea know what you need to do to get your license?
I sure do.
That's invariably involves money. That's eventually work on it. Eventually you'll get it back. Sign in an order to that effect now. I want you to get a copy of it at the window outside and to the left. And if you not able to make any given payment, let us know, okay? Good luck and good luck in getting reinstated. Take care. Thank you, ma'am. Michelle Antoinette Nguyen. I'm probably not pronouncing that right. Austin Opplinger. Let's give it a try. Bring them up and we'll. Good afternoon. We do have an appearance on Zoom. Could you, it doesn't indicate who you are. Could you unmute yourself and let us know who we're talking to? The screen shows that you're muted. Good afternoon.
There we go.
And
I'm sorry about that.
no problem. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, absolutely.
And your name is?
Austin Gabriel Opplinger.
Mr. Opplinger, the citation I have alleges that on or about January 22nd, 2025, you committed the offense of loitering in connection with drug-related activity. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 180 days and or a $1,000 fine. Mr. Havoco's in the courtroom. I'm going to appoint him to represent you. He will enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Mr. Opplinger, a plea of not guilty preserves your rights. We're going to set your case for a pretrial. Now, are you going to be able to come to court in person in the future?
Yes, absolutely. With enough given time, yes, absolutely.
I'm glad to hear that. Your pretrial is going to be on March 13th at 10 o'clock. We'll be sending you a copy of today's order. It'll have the court's phone number and address on it, and it'll have Mr. Haverco's contact information on it as well. I want you to stay in contact with him while the matter's pending, okay?
Mr. Have you provided a current phone number to the court?
Yeah, current phone number is 360-790-6818.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Opplinger. That concludes the hearing. We'll be sending you a copy of today's order. You take care of yourself.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Joshua Patterson does not respond. Brittany Perkins. Good afternoon, ma'am. Full name, Brittany Danielle Perkins. Ms. Perkins, you were also cited for driving a license suspended or revoked 3rd degree. And the city's motion has amended that charge to no valid operator's license. 2nd degree makes it an infraction subject to a fine only. Now, you can admit that and I'll assess a $150 fine, or you can deny that and we can set it for a contested hearing. Any questions? In this court, I don't think that would have anything to do with the, she's on a deferral with us for it. I think it's on a DUI. It's on a DUI that I remember. This is simply a driving 3rd degree, not 2nd. City have any objection to? It's, you know, technically it's a violation, but usually on those deferrals, what the city and I am mostly interested in is that there not be any alcohol related offenses. With that in mind, do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license? I'd make that a project. That was, especially that would remove, I think, a lot of the potential issues if you just simply do that. I'd make that a project. Ms. Perkins will sign an order to that effect. Perkins finally at the right place here. And the payments, 25 a month. Now, if you have a problem making the payments, let us know. We can certainly deal with that. Don't forget to get a copy of today's order at the window, and good luck to you. Take care. Erica Perkins? Is Erica Perkins in the courtroom? How about Anthony Pledge? Anthony Pledge did not appear. Christopher Sandstedt? Good afternoon, sir. Full name, Christopher Allen Sandstedt. Sandstedt, the citation I have alleges that on or about January 18th, 2025, you committed the offense of driving while under the influence of intoxicants. That is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf. He'll represent you throughout the course of the matter if you're indigent and request his service. Mr. Haverco?
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Since that a plea of not guilty does preserve your rights. That's it. You have priors. You've been cited for DUI twice before now. Some judges would set bail and have you taken into custody until. I'm not going to do that, but I am going to order that you get ignition interlock any vehicle you have and file proof of that with us within the next 5 days. Other conditions are law-abiding behavior, don't drive unless licensed and insured. Any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, you're to do so, and no drinking and driving at all. 2 activities must be completely separate.
Are you still driving? Do you have a car? Okay. Do you have a phone number?
Says that get a copy of today's order at the window outside and to the left, and want to make sure you get that ignition interlock installed.
Yeah, just pick up your paperwork later and I'll be giving you a call.
Thank you for appearing and good luck. Deborah Shear. Good afternoon, ma'am. Is it Deborah K. Shear?
Yes.
You were cited for driving a license suspended, revoked, 3rd degree as well. And that, of course, has been amended to NVOL, no valid operator's license. If you admit it, it's a $150 fine. If you deny it, you admit,
And I would like to pay the fine.
you can certainly do that. How about your license? It's a $150 fine. Do you know what you need to do to reinstate?
Yeah, just get something that they're, and I have to be 40.
That's, personally, I don't understand a lot of what Department of Licensing does either, but they're the department and they don't have to care what I say or think at all. And I wouldn't know why they would require that. In any event, I've signed an order to that effect. Ms. Scheer, you can get a copy of that, and if you wish to take care of it today, you can certainly do that at the window. Thank you, and you take care of yourself. Tennille Swally, she was right here.
Yep.
Tennille, go ahead and have a seat. I'm gonna let the city know it's gonna be one of those amended charges. It looks like, Mr. Haverco, I know Tennille from the Squally Tribal Court. It remains my view that this is an apples and oranges. What one court does is nothing to do with the other. But if the Squally objects to me sitting here, I will certainly get a pro tem judge in to handle it. I'll leave that up to.
I assume is the city making a motion?
Yep, city, yeah, city made some.
The charges are now 2 civil infractions. You were cited with DWS 3rd degree. That was criminal, but it's now civil. No valid operator's license on your person. You're also cited for failure to transfer title within 45 days. That's now expired tax. If you admit those infractions, I'll impose a fine. That closes the matter. You can also deny that you committed these infractions and set it for a contested hearing. Any questions? What would you like to do? Well, 150 on the Noval and 100 on the tabs. And we'll set the payments at 25 a month. Thank you for your patience. Now you can get a copy of the order today at the window outside the courtroom to your left, and I wish good luck to you. Take care of yourself. Thank you, and you as well. Limping. Elaine Stangler. Michaela Stray. Nicholas Tejon. Excuse me. Mr. Tejon, the year citation is likewise standalone. Driving a license suspended, revoked 3rd degree. Now, no valid operator's license, 2nd degree. You admit the infraction, it's 150. If you deny it, we can set it for a contested hearing. Any questions? 150 it is. Now, once again, any idea what you need to do to get your license back?
Yeah, about $6 grand.
Yikes. What you might want to do is talk to a lawyer that specializes in that kind of thing. There are other ways through another paths through the forest, so to speak. Signing the order. Payments 25 a month. Any problem making the payments? Let us know. Order signed. Did you get a copy at the window? And thanks for your patience, and that concludes the hearing. Take care. And with that, we can go off record. Going back on record, I know we have received from incarcerated individuals these notices of imprisonment demanding that their matters be addressed. City have a position?
Yes, Your Honor, in the matter of Brian Erickson, number 3A01065501, charge of DWS in the first degree, city's moving to dismiss.
So ordered?
Without prejudice. In the matter of Jamie Baker, cause number 1A0065498, charge of theft in the third degree, city moves to dismiss.
So ordered. I don't think we need I think a docket entry is going to do the job. I don't think we need anything written.
Okay.
up ahead, and somebody else has a, Mr. Dunn. Wait back there. We're on record, gonna go to the, a little early to the 2:30, mitigation calendar. Go ahead and have a seat, sir. Your full name, Danilo Buico?
Yes, sir.
I apologize for mispronouncing your name. I'm sure I did.
That's quite all right. It's Danilo Boyko.
You were cited for the infraction of a failure to have a mounted stop lamp as required by law, and you wanted contested?
Well, my explanation for that is, I was given the citation on December 4th, 2024.
It was cited, it was given to you on, December 4th.
When the officer pulled me over to inform me that my third light was out, I wasn't informed that it was out. My taillights were in perfect operable condition. With me not knowing that, my third light was out, since the citation, I had repaired it like the next day. And
I think given the circumstances here, I'm going to dismiss the citation on my own motion.
Thank you.
That concludes it. It will not go on your record as any sort of infraction, or it won't hurt your license at all. That takes care of the matter. You're free to leave.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck to you, and keep everything in working order. That's the best way to not get pulled over.
Thank you.
Take care. Mr. Dunstan, come on up and have a seat. Hey, you. Asked for a mitigation hearing on 3 different infractions of speeding, $217, neg 2, $559, and failure to renew expired registration, $237 for a total of $1,013. Yikes. And you've asked for a mitigation hearing, which means you'd like to tell me a little bit about the matter, with the hope that I'm going to reduce the amount of the fine. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Let me take a look at first let me take a look at what the officer says here. Yeah, the officer says you were going pretty fast, 53 and a 25, and so he cited you, wrote you up for all of this. What happened here? What would you like me to know?
I was just, I've been doing really good, overcoming some obstacles in my life, and I've been keeping up on my health and my appointments, and that's all I was kind of in a time frame to get to an appointment on time, and I was up a little earlier than I usually was, and I was just on my way to go to the see the doctor about my diabetes, and I thought, it was early in the morning, and I just wasn't paying attention to how fast I was going, and I got pulled over.
You heard that speed kill.
Yeah. So.
How about the expired registration? Have you taken care of the registration?
Yeah, I got that right away. I forgot about it.
Well, I will mitigate it. Absolutely. You can't represent him, but you can speak on his behalf. Glad to hear that.
Working at a certified accountant. Part of employment is, being able to be on driver's license, drive patients to and from appointments. So I want to come here and I want to help. I want to help assessment. Doing double statement and be able to look at his record. That conversation in regards to him paying more attention, no matter what is going on. Environment, surroundings, he didn't have the day of taking it, told him situation. Don't know what the bird.
Well, yes, you can do a deferral on the thing. What I'm inclined to do is speeding is and neg two, it's gotta be one or the other. I can't agree that it's both. What I'm willing to do is, dismiss the speeding ticket. Well, you're entitled to one deferral every 7 years on a moving violation and one every 7 years for a non-moving violation. I'm willing to dismiss the speeding ticket. And also, since you have the registration caught up, dismiss that one as well. And if you want to defer the neg driving second degree charge, what we do is this: I'll assess some costs. Of course, 559 is way too much by the way of costs. I impose costs, hold the matter for a period of 4 months. If you attend a traffic safety school, that is online and you can do that and file proof of that and pay costs. I'm going to set that at 200 even. Can you get that taken care of within 4 months?
Definitely.
That's what we'll do then. Yeah. What we're really talking about here is insurance premiums. If the better your driving record, the lower the premium, and the premiums are high no matter what. So I pay an ungodly amount for insurance, and I haven't had a ticket since Washington crossed the Delaware. That's many years ago. So that's what we're talking about here. 4 months from now, if you file proof that you've done the traffic safety school, I think we can give you some information on that. That's online, and that's pretty easily done. And pay the 200 within the 4 months. 4 months will go by pretty quickly. The remaining charge, neg 2, will go off your record and not be there. But you burnt it, and that's
okay.
The next ticket you get, let's not get any. But if you get another one,
No, I've been paying attention to my
it better be
driving
a
a lot
non-moving
lately.
violation, so you can defer that one as well. Okay. Sign an order to that effect.
Thank you.
Shinji, it's good. I'm glad to see you have a friend that's willing to come into court with you and speak on your behalf. I think that's just great.
Do appreciate it.
Signing an order to that effect. Everything's courts. It's all electronics these days. I'm not allowed to sign this anymore. I have to click on a automatic, which I've just done. Attach signature, save signature, close document. Mr. Dunson, what I want you to do is go to the window outside the courtroom to your left. You'll get a copy of today's order by asking for it. And any problem making the payments, what I want you to do is get a hold of Kelly, and he'll get a hold of us, and we can straighten it out, okay?
Okay.
I want to thank you for appearing. You take care of yourself and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Have a good one. Are you here for a traffic ticket? And your name is? Ms. Reeves, come on up and have a seat. We can take your matter now. Good afternoon.
Hello.
You were cited for speeding too fast for conditions. Now, And also not having any, oh, excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong. Speeding and no insurance, and you would, you've asked for a contested hearing
I
on this?
wasn't sure which one to do, the mitigated or the contested. I'm not really contested the speeding. My husband's stationed here. I live in Kentucky. It was like the second time I'd been here. The last sign I saw was 45, but if I was speeding, I was speeding. But we did have insurance. I was driving my husband's car and he was just being a major jerk that night and refused to show it to the police. So,
Well,
because we were fighting, so guess that
well,
was his way of getting
we
me. But
all have our moments.
I have since had him made sure he sent me that there was valid insurance on the car at that time.
You're giving me your word, you did have valid insurance.
Yes.
With that, it's a $559, way excessive anyway. But I'm allowed to do, the infraction is failure to have a display, but the important thing is you have. And since you had it, I'm allowed to dismiss it, but assessing $25 in court costs. On the speeding, that was 275. Why don't we reduce that to 150? That's a total of 175. I can sign an order to that effect. You can pay that at 25 a month.
Okay.
So you're here from, you're gonna be here all that long? I know a lot of people that stationed here from other parts of the country,
Yeah,
including family
unfortunately.
members who wound up
we're
living
here
there.
I will be here about once a month. I have a minor child in Kentucky that I can't move away from her dad, so we're having to do the long distance thing.
Oh, boy. I hope that comes to an end and you can
And
reunite.
he's getting moved to Fort Campbell in Kentucky in September, so we will be a lot
Oh,
closer.
okay. A little closer to home there.
Yes.
Reeves, I've now signed an order to that effect. If they let me do this. There we. What I want you to do is get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom and to the left. Payments are 25 a month. If you have any issue making a payment, let us know. Give us a call and we can certainly deal with that.
The directions on how to do it be on the order or?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Okay.
yeah, you bet. Let me make sure. Yep. 2175. And of course, and the court's phone number is on the be on the order as well. If any questions, give a call and somebody will be able to answer any question you might have.
Okay.
So welcome to this part of the country and these officers, that's with all the guns flying around, it's a tough job. And the nicer you can be to them.
Oh, I know that.
But hey,
Yeah, trust me, my husband got an earful later.
well, we all have our moments. I certainly have mine, some good, some bad, some not so good. That concludes the hearing, Ms. Reeves. Good luck to you. You take care.
Thank you.
Don't forget to get a copy of the order on the way out. Have a good day. Go back on record for the warrants from the 1 o'clock arraignment calendar. Starting on page 14, docket number 1, I do find probable cause for the issuance to Tammy Valent of a citation for loitering, drug-related activity. Fentanyl was involved. 1,000 cash or bond warrant. The next one I have is Christine Barrett, docket number 4. Amend deed list third 2, no vault 2. and failure to transfer title to expired tabs, and FTA the both of them. Ms. Campbell Franklin. Excuse me, I was, 1, 2, 3, 4 cases. I do find probable cause for the issuance of, and did before the, number 9 on for arraignment for a theft third charge, 1,000 cash or bond on each charge, on each. Fuck. Next one I have, Kelsey. Nicholas Kelsey, that's page 16, document number 17. Find probable cause for the issuance to Nicholas Kelsey for a DDoS second degree, 1,000 cash or bond. Next is document number 19, Darren Matheny. Amend DDoS third to no vault 2 and failure to transfer title to expired tabs and FTA. Next would be docket number 23 and 24. Each of those is DDoS third. Amend each of them to be the no vault 2 and FTA. Shell Nuon, that's docket number 25. I find probable cause for the issuance to her of that third charge, 1,000 cash or bond. Next is Josh Patterson. Find probable cause for theft third and crim trust 1. Probable cause was previously found when he was taken into custody. 1,000 cash or bond. The next one would be Erica Perkins. Reset that, that she's grant her. Yeah, okay, good. That's all already taken care of. Anthony Village, he promised me without fail he would be here this time. Probable cause previously found for all the charges. Moral issue, 1,000 cash or bond for Mr. Floyd. That brings us up to number 36, Elaine Stangler. Trip permit violation, dismiss that one, and amend the failure to transfer title to expired tabs and FTA. That leaves us with one left, Michaela Stray. She was in custody. I dealt with in December. Probable cause for a theft 3 charge on her was found at the time, 1,000 cash or bond. And with that, if I miss somebody. Back on record for one more infraction matter. That would be Connor Newman, who is present. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
That's you're hearing as well. You've asked for a mitigation hearing on a speed too fast for conditions charge. You were cited for that on October 26th. What would you like me to know?
I guess that like whenever I was stopping my car, it didn't at the time, it didn't have a anti-lock brakes. So, and like when I hit the brakes, I saw the red light the whole time, like, but whenever I stopped, my brakes were just like locked and I was just sliding.
That happens, but yeah, that's almost speed too fast for conditions by definition. It's 145. I'm gonna reduce it to 100 even and set your payments at 25 a month.
Okay.
And Mr. Newman, yeah, that's driving a car is probably the most dangerous thing you're ever gonna do. Always a good idea. Slow down, relax, take it easy, get there safely.
I agree. Thank you.
If you take care of yourself, we'll be sending you a copy of today's order. If there's a problem in making the payments, just let us know.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.